see my former campaign manager for his swearing in for the first time, and that's Tyler Barr. And also, Mayor, you and I have sat together at other events. So I am so happy to be here. I've represented Douglas County, South Fulton, and Cobb County for a long, long time. The only thing that was not from Douglas County, was not in my district, was Villa Rica, but I had everything else. But I thought I claimed you anyway. So thank you for letting me greet you this evening. And if you need anything during this session, please don't hesitate to call me and let me know what I need to do. And I'm here for you. Thank you. Good to meet everyone. And I got to sit down because I have 2 knee replacements. I might leave.
No, thank you for coming. You're not obligated to stay the whole meeting. I know you have long days sometime in there in session, and y'all are just at the very beginning.
Yes. Thank you.
Wish y'all a good legislative session.
Thank
I'll
you.
come down there to visit sometime during.
Okay, I look for you.
Okay, we're going to call the council meeting to order, January 13, 2026. And would you stand with me for the invocation, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Sergeant Michelle Landrum. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the people that have taken out of their time to be here to participate in the government activities. God, I ask that you hold us accountable, that we be honorable in our actions, that we do what's right and best for the city, knowing that ultimately we answer to you. And I just ask you to guide us, give us wisdom that we don't have on our own as we make difficult decisions, and just thank you and know that you answer our prayers and that you love us. In Jesus' name, amen. Sergeant Land.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sergeant Michelle Landrum began her career in law enforcement in 1997 with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. She has served in many capacities throughout the years, including the jail, training, court services, patrol, school resource officer, and administration. In 2009, Sergeant Landrum began her employment with the Villa Rica Police Department, where she served as the school resource officer at Villa Rica High School for 12 years and became the unit supervisor. Sergeant Landrum's certifications include basic law enforcement, basic jail officer, field training officer, school resource officer, intermediate, advanced, supervision, and management. She is married to Greg Landrum and has 5 children, 2 bonus children, and 6 grandchildren. Wow. Thank you, Sergeant Landrum. So we've called the meeting to order, but before we go with the main agenda, we have to do 2 quick little mini meetings with the other 2 hats that Mayor and Council wear as the Urban Development Agency and also the Public Facilities Authority. We're going to go ahead and do urban redevelopment. So we have 3 agendas, but these go rather quick. Mr. Mecklin, do we need to make a motion to move over to the redevelopment agency, or can we transition right in?
Not really. You're just going to you're essentially calling to order a meeting within a meeting, and you're calling to order the urban redevelopment agency.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So move. I move.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. All right, and at this time, we appoint the chairman, the vice chairman, and the secretary of the Urban Redevelopment Agency, and these pretty much stay the same every year.
They are, Mayor, under our past practice, and I believe under the actual documents that created these agencies. The mayor serves as the chairman of the Urban Redevelopment Agency. The mayor pro tem serves as vice chairman, and I'm trying to recall who serves. The city clerk serves as the secretary. So that would essentially be the nominations for those offices.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve those.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Thank you. And we need to approve the minutes of September 12, 2023 meeting minutes. That was a little bit ago before we had to do that, huh?
Right.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt those.
Motion to adopt the minutes from the September 22nd meeting as presented.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor? Thank you. All right, we're going to transition to the public facilities.
You need to actually adjourn
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
meeting.
Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting within the meeting.
So, motion to adjourn the Urban Redevelopment Agency meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. All right. We will now move into our other meeting within a meeting for the Public Facilities Authority. Entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. All right, item 1, approval of the minutes from January 2025 of the Facilities Authority. I entertain a motion to adopt those minutes.
Move the adoption. That means.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor? Thank you. And we need to appoint the chairman, the vice chairman, and the secretary.
And those would be the same people that's serving it. For those of you who are new, you probably didn't know that you were on the Public Facilities Authority and the Urban Development Agency, but you are.
Okay.
And again, the officers of that are generally the mayor, mayor pro tem, and city clerk.
It's a bonus that you get to do. All right, entertain a motion to adopt the positions.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. We will now adjourn from the Public Facilities Authority meeting and move back into, oh, I'm sorry.
Motion.
I'll take a motion to adjourn the Public Authorities meeting and move back into our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. Okay, we have a couple ceremonial presentations. Is this working? Okay, all right, thank you. This is something I wanted to do for quite a while, even when I was still on city council, is just encourage people to light up at Christmas time. You know, it's nice to take the kids, drive around town, and, you know, see the lights, and even look up where to go. Maybe I won't have to go all the way to Hiram next time. But anyway, so we started what we call the mayor's, what did we call it? Light up contest. Yeah. And I want to thank you, Leanne, and also Tiffany of HR for being so much help in that week, because we put this together pretty quickly. So we had a winner for the regular residents, and then we had a business winner. Next year, we'll get an earlier start. We'll get a little bit more publicity out about it, and probably go ahead and have some additional categories. The way people win is it's posted on Facebook, and then people can, citizens choose, go on, and they choose their winners by the likes. So it's a citizen participation thing. And then they see where the houses are, and maybe they want to go out and see. So I'm going to invite up right now is the owners of Captivating Camino. Oh, did I mess you up? Oh, you know what? Hang on a second. I didn't mess you up. I messed them up because they already have the residential one up. All right. All right. Andrew Wood. I know we've been on the phone together. So I asked each of them to please say something about what inspired them, right? To decorate in such a way enough so that you win a contest. And you had kind of a moving story because you said, it started when I was a young child, and it was your mom and dad that would go out and decorate. And for you, when it came to that time of year, you not only looked forward to it, but you said here that it made you happy. You looked forward in it, and it was joyful. And so you waited, and when you got older, you bought a house here in Villa Rica with the idea that, hey, I'm going to get around and I'm going to do that. I'm going to decorate the way my parents did because I want to experience that joy. And you didn't do it for a period of years, but then you had a neighbor who started putting up the inflatables and things like that and got you inspired. And you bought different ones every year, so you kept making it bigger and bigger of what you had to put out here. But this is what I found really touching outside of the 26-foot tall Santa Claus. And that I like what you said here when you said, I do it to bring joy not only to myself, but to everyone who sees it. Life is tough, and if for a few seconds I can bring joy in Christmas decorations in my yard, bring joy to somebody, I'm all for it. And I saw the picture, and you shared with me, you have one special inflatable that's an angel that you see in front of the Santa. And you said, this is in remembrance of your niece, Namari, and she was a victim of domestic violence and lost her life. But this is something you put there with the angel, and I believe it's something that you want to bring attention to for people, is to be supportive and helpful in the area of family violence. And so that was real touching. Thank you and congratulations. Hang on. They don't trust me to touch this, and I don't either. So, see, I told you. Okay, Juritzi and Robbie, come on up. Hey, y'all, thanks for coming. I know, do you leave everybody else to run the restaurant tonight?
Yes, they kind of killed me when I saw you.
Oh, gosh. Tell them it was our fault. It's our fault we held you up, that we did all these meetings. So their inspiration, they said, this Christmas, our inspiration was simple. Family and coming together. We're a local family-owned restaurant. We've always loved Christmas. It's a season that brings people together, and that's exactly what we wanted our space to reflect. We wanted to create a place that feels warm, joyful, and inviting, somewhere where you can come with your kids, your parents, or your closest friends and truly feel at home. Every light, every decoration, and every little detail was chosen to help make this a place where memories are made. For us, it's not just about the food. It's about it's about creating a happy, welcoming space for families to gather and celebrate. We want to thank Villa Rica for their constant support and for letting us be a part of your holiday season. Congratulations. There's a reason I had them take care of them and not me. And Captivating Camino is where the old Charlie's was, and it was a vacant building. They came in and spruced the place up fabulously with a great chef and everything. Thanks y'all for coming. Get back before you All right, we also have a few special recognitions for employees. Chief Mansour, we have a few of our officers being recognized tonight.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we're recognizing two of our officers, and there was one more supposed to be here, but he was on call and got called out, was out all night, so he's not going to be able to make it. First off, we have 5 years of service, Stephen Ellenis. Come up, Stephen. So Stephen hates this. He hates it. All right. So he's been with us, like I said, for 5 years. He's worked on patrol, and he has had his K-9 for over 2 years, and his name is, I always say Zikar, so Zikar. Okay. So he's had him for that long. Stephen also served in the Army Reserve for 6 years, and actually either retires or separation on the 22nd of this month. So we appreciate your service there too, Steve. Stephen is not a lot. He doesn't say a lot. He does a great job. He's awesome. He's always doing what he's supposed to be doing, but he doesn't talk a lot. He don't get in the middle of stuff. He don't love attention. So I'm gonna keep him up here as long as I can. But I just want to recognize him and congratulate him. 5 years. Mayor, you coming down? Or? Come over here. It's wherever, yeah.
If I were younger, I could jump over that thing, but those years have been passed for a long time.
You're supposed to be holding that, by the way. Okay, and we have 10 years. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to appreciate 10 years is a long time nowadays to be a police officer. So I appreciate that very much too. So Thomas Thornhill Jr., come up. All right, so Tommy's been with us 10 years. He served on night shift. He served on day shift. He's done a lot of different things for the department. Before coming to us, he was in the Marine Corps for 4 years, and I appreciate that very much. And he's married and has 2 kids. He has a 17-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old son. How'd I do? Good. All right. Congratulations, Tom. Thanks. Come over here. And the one that was not here tonight is Jason O'Neill, and he's served 10 years with us, so we appreciate him also very much. And before I go further, the mayor said I could, what y'all do with my poster? It's behind you. So this is emergency management is asking people to sign up to receive alerts on bad weather, on road closures, missing people, different things like that, and you will get them immediately, and you will know it as it comes out from the weather service. If like this tornado they had in Whitesburg the other day, it comes out before it gets on the TV or on the radio, whatever. So please sign up for this. I'm going to leave this up here for you to do so, but I think this will help a lot of people. Thank you.
As if those weather radios aren't enough going off in your house at various times during the night. That's actually a lot handier, and no matter where you are, you can receive the alert if you have a cell phone. All All right, we're going to move on to the adoption of the agenda. If there aren't any changes, I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Oh,
if I could
yes.
interject here on this, on the adoption of the agenda. At the work session last week, a question was raised to me as to whether or not we had completely legally reviewed the issue of the appeal of the utility capacity decision, which is listed as item I in the agenda here. And I have conducted a more thorough review of that situation since that time, and it's my recommendation that that item be removed from the agenda today. There are some significant legal issues and questions that need to be reviewed in that matter. I think it would be in error to move forward on the appeal decision tonight.
So we're not tabling it, we're actually removing it
Removing it from the
indefinitely
agenda
until we hear.
and until we
something
suggest to you that it needs to be put back on the agenda. And I've notified the appellant of that it would be taken off.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to amend the agenda, removing that item. Item I-1.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. All right, we're going to move into the public comment time. It's a real good
Madam
idea.
Mayor,
Oh,
I hate to interrupt again, but I don't think you formally adopted the agenda with that amendment there. So you do need to adopt the whole agenda, the rest of the agenda.
Okay, so not just amending it and adopting it with that removed? Can that all be
The motion
done
was
in one?
just to amend it by taking that off.
Okay.
So now we need to
Then
adopt the
we'll
whole agenda.
I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda minus that item.
As amended, right.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. All right, we're going to move into the public comment time. The sign-in sheet is always out here as you enter, so I have who signed up. Also, we need your name and address on that, but it will also be helpful if you're expecting an answer back or need to contact you because you've brought up a concern that you want addressed, go ahead and put your phone number on as well. I'll go ahead. So if you do speak and you didn't have your phone number and you do want feedback, just check with the clerk at the end of the meeting. We'll get your number with it. All right, Dennis Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. First, let me say on behalf of the residents how thankful we are that all of you are willing to put the time and the effort into serving. I remember the old adage that you can't please all the people all the time, but that doesn't mean we don't appreciate all of the efforts that you present to us. And a special welcome to our new two council people, Dominique and Tyler. We look forward to working with you. I have two very quick things that I'd like to bring up. First, you have on your agenda today the issue of the city council meeting schedule for this next year. My comment simply is this. If you really expect, and I know the staff is ambivalent about this, but if you really expect them to do a good job of going back and reviewing or getting more information for you from any of the consent item agendas, you can't do it on the same day that you have the meeting itself. My recommendation is keep the schedule as it was this year rather than go back to the one that includes both of those meetings on the same day. The second is really a plea more than anything else. I live in Mirror Lake, east side of town. Coming over today, 515, passing through the corner of Connors and Punkintown Road, the traffic was already backed up all the way to Connors and beyond that from our new town center shopping center. My plea is just this. I've lived in this town for 25 years. I don't claim to be a native, but I do claim to have watched the growth that's happened, and I've seen nothing like what is happening now. We have over 1,000 units already permitted for, and I'm going to suggest to our city manager that she get all of you together and take a ride out around the Mirror Lake area, because Punkintown Road as a main artery going north and south is absolutely a mess. And I know you've approached this before, But the fact is, nothing's been done. And it is not only a mess, but it's going to get worse. The two east to west corridors, Stockmar and Connors, will also be pretty much filled up within the next couple of years. You have over 1,000 units that are going to go in. You have probably close to 400 to 500 that are already site prepared or will be site prepared. With construction going on, every one of those units has over I think the estimate is something like 1.4 cars per unit. This does not include the Declan area next to the Northwood, the new town center. This not includes all those apartments going in and all those cars. This just includes the Mirror Lake itself. Think what's going to happen when you have the additional Punkintown Road traffic, not only coming from 61, and of course 26, exit 26 is already a mess. Anyway, my plea to you is, especially when you have two new council members and the rest, please do something about it. Help us out. Help us out as residents. It is really a mess, and it's not going to get any better. And we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rod Dobbs.
I have 3 minutes, right? I will use them wisely. I come in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, my Savior, who is the Lord of heaven and earth, who is the maker of all men and all things. I come today to say to this council and to speak to the hearts of everybody in this place that right outside of our doors, right there in the old mill area, is a sign that simplifies our agenda. It says, "We are VR." And in Villa Rica, when we look at Villa Rica, it means the city of gold. We're not a city of tarnished gold. To the new hires, let it be known we wish you well in your agenda going forward. To the people that have been elected from the past, move forward in a good deed. But we are VR. We don't want to have to wash tarnished gold. We want to do that which is right before the Lord. I speak on no agenda today except for your legacy and your legend. Legend is that which is made up of a whole lot of opinions and things that may have happened that might not be true. And legacy is made up of that which they have on record. As you new hires come in, as you old hires start 2026, we see our whole country in a mess. Let VR shine brighter than any city in this nation. Let us come together and make sure that every woman, every man, every boy, every girl has a capacity of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which our forefathers promised us from time past. But let's not look in the history of time past. Let's look in what we're going to do for Villa Rica. Not worrying about any other jurisdiction, but how will we make life happy for the people of Villa Rica. I end on this. Legend and legacy has something to do with time. All of you new elects and old elects must understand that you're either going to be legend or you're going to be legacy. But one thing about legacy, that every meeting and every decision you have, because you are a city council meeting and they now keep digital record, everything you thought and every decision you made is being written. And everybody that you represented or did not represent is being written. So what will you be, a lame duck? Will you be a lame duck in the next 4 years? Will this council be a lame duck that never got anything done because we fought about marginal things and we separated ourselves with black and white? Just like, look at this, look around. We see we're separated. But I remember playing football in this city and we roared together. And when they won the state championship, they roared together, and we were proud of everything that we did. I'll say this to you.
Thank you, sir.
You only have so much time, either by your life, extension by God, or the voters writing you in again or writing you out. Let your time and your tenure and your leadership for Villa Rica be like what our name is, the City of God. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alita Farmer. I'm sorry, Pam White.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, Mayor, Council. I want to take a moment to speak directly and respectfully to our two newly elected council members. Again, welcome. Before moving forward on matters that impact all wards of the city of Villa Rica, though you may represent an individual ward, your decisions impact every ward. So before moving forward on matters that impact Ward 1 particularly that I'm speaking of, those involving the Parkway, I ask that you test the lie of the land. By that I mean taking the time to fully review the history of this project, the public records, the property ownership, the authority that did or did not exist at the time certain decisions were made, and the real impact those decisions have had on residents. Testing the lie of the land is not about blame, it is about responsibility. It ensures that no one moves forward based on assumptions, incomplete information, or inherited decisions that may later raise serious questions or cause harm. As new council members, you have the opportunity and the obligation to lead with clarity, diligence, and integrity. I respectfully ask that you do not move blindly, but instead ground your decisions in facts, law, and the lived experiences of the people you now serve. And I want to thank you for that. We just, know that it's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be presented to you all. And it's, it's easy for you to raise your hand to a yay, and because things appear to look, like it's progress. But in some maps and stuff, there's hidden or invisible harm that can be done. We just ask that from Ward 1 through 5 council members that you do your due diligence, because when you do your due diligence, you not only protect the city, but you protect the citizens as well. So if we have to revisit anything from uncertainty, no one can claim ignorance as an excuse of they didn't know. We just asking that everybody look through the paperwork, table stuff. If it's correct, it shouldn't matter if it's tabled to another month, because you're dealing with people's lives. You can make a decision that can displace someone just because your hand went up, but you didn't do your due diligence. But again, welcome, Ms. Conte, Mr. Barr. I hope you all form a consensus together and do a good job. Serve us well.
Alita Farmer.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Residents of Villa Rica, Georgia, representing my family home. Coming to you this evening saying looking forward to 2026 and what the council, this new council body will be doing. I I am here tonight not because I feel my best, and y'all probably can tell that I don't, but I want to make sure that my voice be heard. It's not like I like to get up in front and speak to city council or the mayor. I do it because in the past, we have not been represented as a group of people in Villa Rica. I don't live where Mr. Brown, who spoke up earlier about in Mirror Lake. But I can definitely understand what he was saying about the progress that has been made in Villa Rica. I'm not against progress in Villa Rica, nor is the people that live in Ward 1 against the progress in Villa Rica. But what we are against is people not considering the impact of their decisions, and they're raising their hands and writing their name on a piece of paper of the impact it's having on the community of the people that live there. People have rights, but based off of what I've been noticing, things that you're supposed to take serious as council members, you have not been taken serious. You know, there's a lot of things that appear to not be followed by the ordinance or your charter. And I don't want to be the one to have to call you out. I don't want to have to say anything. Pam don't want to have to write anything on Facebook. We just want you to do what's right. Not because we feel we are more entitled than any other citizens, but because that's what you were placed in those seats to do. But up until now, it's almost like y'all have been doing whatever you wanted to do. And that's why we got the traffic. Mr. Brown, you want to know why we got the traffic? It's because they didn't do their due diligence. They didn't look at the impact. They didn't do impact studies. They did not hold meetings to ask what the citizens wanted to know. They hid information from the residents that were going to be impacted. So if y'all going to make a change, do things differently. Y'all have the power to do things differently. Everybody up there know how to read and write. Some of you are educated. Some of you have life experiences. So there's no excuse. So putting out blast letters talking about if somebody else is blame for their issues, that's over.
Moore Hewitt.
Good evening.
Evening, sir.
My name is Moore Hewitt. Who am I? I'm a United States Army retiree, 20 years. 2 tours, Vietnam, wounded once. I moved to Villa Rica in 2007. How did I end up in Villa Rica? I came home from work one day and there was a sign on my door saying, if you're a vet, you can get a house for $1 down. I jumped in my car, didn't even go inside. Came out to Villa Rica to know where I was. Couldn't find a place. Got me a police, took me there. And lo, hall below, I got a house for $1 down. I'm proud to be living in Villa Rica, and I'm proud to be a vet. But right now, I got problems in Villa Rica. I told everybody in the beginning, I am not sending no money to Tennessee. I'm the guy you talked to last night, Mayor. I am not sending money to Tennessee. This new thing on this school zone, have nobody read the Georgia legislation. You cannot take my tags. I have asked everybody from the tag office all the way down to the mayor's office who authorized it. Can't nobody still tell me as of today. Remember one thing, those tags belong to the Department of Georgia. They don't belong to Good Blue Life up there in Chattahoochee, Tennessee. And I kept calling. They also have an office in some part of Florida. They also got an office in Phoenix, Arizona. Why are we giving them money? When I was reading it, it was telling me that all money goes to who? The Georgia Department of Revenue. I used to own a truck. I was a truck driver like the military. And every year, I paid $3,000 to $4,000 to the Georgia Department of Revenue. So why can't the blue line, they call them, up there in Chattahoochee, Tennessee, some part of Florida, some part of Arizona, do the same? The law said, if you got anybody that don't pay and you charge them the late fee, then you turn it over to the Department of Revenue. You don't take their tags. If you can't get it, you can't take. I'm military. You have to have authorization for everything. All I wanted to know, as of this day, who authorized for them to take my tags away? The difference between taking your license and your tags. When you take your license, it only affects you mostly. You take your tags, everything, your whole mobile home is gone, from making groceries to going to church. So therefore, the Georgia law didn't allow some company from down yonder in Chattahoochee, Tennessee. And then when I asked, to the driver's license place, they blamed the police of Villa Rica. And so I finally got out of them. They don't know who signed that form. And If you go and read the regulations out there, I'm the regulations. You'll see that they're supposed to have, if they got a camera, they're supposed to have a light. And every time I ask about the light, what they tell me? We working on it. Well, you should have got the light, but you got the camera. They're cheaper. They're cheaper. This is the whole money scheme.
Okay.
It's money from the Philip Rica.
Thank you, sir. Even though your 3 minutes is up, there's still, if you want to talk to staff or get somebody or talk to the police department, get some of this clarified.
I have that from you.
Do I have your
Everybody
phone
has
number?
that. All I need to know is who authorized it. Who authorized you to take my tag? And then when the guy came up to me and told me he had sent his money to Arizona.
Okay, let's make sure we get back to him on this and try to see if there's anything else we can do to help resolve it. Because I know it has something to do with the school zone cameras. Thank you, sir.
I understand
Thank you.
Follow Georgia legal law. That's all I'm
Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you for coming. Sure. Thank you. Christy Chastain.
Good evening. Like everyone else, I would like to welcome the new members of our board. Looking forward to see, how you want to contribute and work as a team. So looking forward to that. I just have a couple of things to touch on. One of the things that I've spoken on frequently is the meeting schedule. And I know that that is on the agenda tonight. As someone who works full-time, I can't attend work sessions during the day. I try my best to watch the recordings before the voting session. And if I do have feedback, I will email my representative. Matt can attest, I have emailed him more than once. So I ask that you please take that in consideration when you are adopting the meeting schedule for the upcoming year. There are many people like me who cannot attend the work sessions during the day, and having them on the same day silences our voices to provide you with appropriate feedback on how we feel. I realize that's wouldn't be the intent, but that would be the action that happens. So please keep us in mind when you're making that decision. The other thing I want to ask about or mention is the discussion on reaching out to our legislature to reverse the charter amendment. I am not asking you to not do it. I'm asking you to pause. Do I think that change needs to be made? Absolutely. Absolutely. But from my point of view as a citizen, especially having been involved and watching all of the turmoil that happened during that time, we as citizens were pleading with council members to make a change. And I still don't understand why that was falling on deaf ears for so long that prompted the legislature to step in. So all I'm asking is that, pause and think about this holistically, to think about a comprehensive solution that works not just now, but in the future, so that we don't have to go back to the legislature 2 years down the road and say, we want you to amend it again. One of the things that I think, and this is just my opinion, I'm not an HR person, I'm not a headhunter, I don't do any of that, but maybe consider an adoption to the charter that promotes the creation or the hiring of a consulting firm that is completely independent of every one of y'all, and then presents you with a top 5 that they have fully vetted. That way you are getting qualified candidates, and make the decision that way. Thank you.
That's the last person on our list for public comment.
I was late getting here by 2 minutes, and so the sign-up sheet to talk, I was told that if the council was unanimous, I could speak.
If the council is agreeable for the policy, it's up to y'all to allow someone to speak if they haven't signed up, because our policy says to sign up. You have the ability to alter that if you choose to. And you can choose, or you can choose not to. It's up to the council.
I'm fine with her speaking.
I'm fine as well.
I'm going to hand this to y'all, and let's make sure we get your name. Now, this may not always happen. I know it's hard to get here from work and all, but we're just trying to be fair to everyone else.
I understand.
Yeah. And would you just say your name into the microphone since I didn't have it ahead of time? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Janae Vancourt, and I live in the Twin Oaks subdivision, which is right on the outskirt, or just right on the line of Villa Rica city limits. And I'm coming today to represent a lot of concerned parents and neighbors in our community, and a few of them here have come tonight. I have lived in Twin Oaks since 2008, and we bought the home just as, the economy was crashing. And just in the last 3 years, they have now finished out that back part of the subdivision and have added 70 homes to our subdivision. One of the problems that we're having is the increased traffic. And unfortunately, that comes, visitors, people who don't live there that may be friends of the families. And unfortunately, they're now treating a lot of our streets like Tokyo Drift and want to do 70 miles an hour through our main road through our neighborhood. And there's only one way in and out. So a lot of us that live on the main roads in that subdivision are seeing increased traffic at high speeds. And I have a daughter who's deaf, and we're retiring our service animal because he's old, and he's the one that notifies her of vehicles. So we're coming to ask, because it is under our understanding that it's not under our HOA, that we are city roads. And we want to come asking if you guys have the funds to come into our neighborhood, do a study, and put in speed signs. One, we don't have any speed signs in our neighborhood. So we'd like to notify people coming in, like, hey, it is 25 miles an hour. Put speed bumps in, and then children at play signs. That's all we're asking for, is because we are seeing a lot of it. And I worry every single day that our children that are sitting over there are going to get ran over by a car. Because we do have a lot of blind roads as well. So like when I'm backing out, I'm on a corner, I'm on a road that curves down, and before I can even get my car almost out of the driveway, I've got someone who's on my tail. Because they were doing 60 miles an hour coming up the road. You can look left and right, and before you know it, someone's there. So it's a huge concern for us. If they would please stand up, the ones who are able to come today, and then we've got letters from other people. It's becoming an issue. I thank you.
Okay, Ms. Van Coor, correct?
Yes.
Your councilman is Councilman Momtahan?
Yes.
Let's make sure, okay, we have contact information if we want to talk about possible traffic calming. I don't think I knew, and you may have told me in the past, that y'all didn't have speed signs, so speed limit sign, that may be an issue. So it sounds like there's a bigger issue we need to address there. So let's make sure that contact, and if I need to help in some sort of way, just let me know. Y'all let me know.
Thank you.
So we'll work through your council person and city management.
Thank you.
All right, that is everyone now. We're going to move on to council updates. Any updates from council? Okay, well, I told the city clerk, and when they were putting together the agenda, that I would do not my State of the City speech, because I don't really do one of those, but I do during the update time for council here, we'll go ahead and do what I call like an annual update on things in Villa Rica. So I'll cover this. Takes a little bit of time, but hopefully this information will be useful and even encouraging to some of us and some of our management and employees that have been working so hard.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'm sorry, you did call for council update. Before you begin, can I actually just thank those that came tonight before you go in?
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I just want to thank everyone for tonight, starting off with my God, for making all of this possible for me to be here. And it's not easy. you know, because I have a family as well, and I have a business, and, you know, and the sacrifice that I'm making, you know, to make Villa Rica better, I take it very serious. So I want to say thank you all, because you being here tonight, you took it serious as well. And just like you, when I ran for office, I only had two goals, and that was to put every citizen first. And the second goal was to deliver results, and that's why I'm here. And I just want to thank my wife for being here as well, for standing by me, my son, Christian, and my daughter, Jordan, as well, who couldn't make it tonight because they had to go back to campus. They attend UGA, Go Dogs. And I wanted to also publicly thank them as well. And I want to also say thank you to Judge Camp for taking her time last minute to do this for me. For those of you who might have known, I had a little issue, and the issue that I had earlier was basically my mother wanted to be here, and my mother has cancer, and she's doing a chemo, and she's on dialysis, and she couldn't make it tonight, but I didn't want this moment to happen without her. So I did a ceremony privately, and Judge Talia Nurse came and she did that ceremony, and my kids attended that ceremony as well. So they're not here because of that, and my mother actually had the opportunity to see her son take office and get sworn in. So I want to thank Judge Talia Nurse and Judge Susan Kemp for their time. I also want to thank friends that I've had show up tonight, legislators from different counties, as well as state legislators from the state of Georgia, for being here and taking their time. Senator James, who spoke earlier, I just want to thank her as well, because, you know, session is have begun, and she took the time to be here tonight and fought the traffic, because the traffic, you all know, coming this way, traffic is not easy. And so I just want to publicly thank our elected officials that took time to come here to see me tonight as well. And friends who actually drove. I have friends who are local, from Mirror Lake, those in Villa Rica, those in Douglas County. I even have friends who came as far as Savannah. I see out in the audience, friends that came from Gwinnett County, and friends that came from Alpharetta as well. So thank you all for your time and your commitment as well. And it doesn't go unnoticed, and I appreciate you. And to the gentleman, I just want to echo something that he said. We are VR. You're right. And we are gold. And that's how I see my position. I just want to leave you with, he spoke on, you know, taking time and this is our time. Well, when I think about time, I think about four things. T, time. I'm going to treasure it, okay? This seat, I don't take lightly. I'm going to treasure every moment of it, good and bad. I'm going to invest wisely in every decision that I make. I'm going to manage my time wisely as well, very effectively, because I take it, again, serious. And last, E, I'm going to enjoy every moment, getting to know all of you. I thank you, and I thank you, Mayor. I thank my council. I thank the staff. I thank law enforcement. Since I came in, I've had nothing but a great greeting from everybody, and I thank you all, staff, for doing a wonderful job, and we're going to make Villa Rica better together. Thank you.
We're going to hold you to that. You're going to enjoy every moment. We're going to see if that really happens. But did any other council member have second thoughts and come up with something that they felt they wanted to say during update time? Okay.
Well, I would just like to say we just welcome the new people that's going to be working with us, and that we can make it better.
Thank
With
you.
your help, I think we can do it.
And y'all forgive me if by any chance, you know, I'm going to have to get the names down, so I'll try not to say Carter or McCoy and remember to call you by your correct last name after years of using the other's name. So be patient with me. All right, so I'm going to move into what I'll call probably an annual update instead of a state of the city address, because it's not that comprehensive, but just things that I thought we needed to bring to mind. I do want to update you on things that have happened and been accomplished in the city, primarily focused on the last 18 months. In 2024, within the first 6 months as mayor, I advocated for and received the full support of the council to put a 6-month moratorium on multifamily housing. We will still see prior approved multifamily residential and subdivisions building out. Some approvals on these go back as far as the 2008 housing crash. Approximately 2 months later, interim city manager Jeff Reese found out and informed us that our sewer capacity was more critical than the governing body had previously been made aware of. We have since renewed the multifamily moratorium and have added a stricter policy on more development in general, with some exceptions, as we take the necessary steps toward expanding our West wastewater plant. We have been growing too quickly residentially, outpacing our infrastructure while neglecting quality commercial and industry growth. The council as a whole has agreed that we needed to slow down. We have made a turn, but this won't be a quick fix. Moving on, in 2025, the governing body unanimously agreed that we would stay opted in, not opt out, of state legislation, HB 581, which caps how much inflation growth can be taxed on homestead properties. This is a protective benefit for homesteaders going forward for years to come. You all know, you saw, and many of you experienced what the superinflated property values did to your property taxes, your insurance, and mortgage rates. Opting into this legislation was a big deal. City and county governments, as well as school boards across the state, had the option of opting out of this protection for homestead property owners. We did not. While slowing down residential growth, it has been and is my goal to see us pivot toward more quality commercial growth as we are able to handle it during the moratorium that is in place. Commercial growth puts less demand on city services as opposed to residential, while creating jobs and services citizens want and helps us keep property taxes lower. In the last year, and even recent months, we've seen the free market at work with large financial investments here in Villa Rica, starting with the Tanner Hospital's major expansion underway that includes 25 plus additional beds and greatly expands its range of women's services. Think of maternity and childbirth and all of that, along with other services, primarily focused on the women's needs. This will be a 4-story, 74,000 square foot building. The Housing Authority, in partnership with Walton Communities, saw the grand opening of Walton Trail. This whole development replaced the outdated, which now that were then torn down and had no amenities of the public housing. Council members should take the chance to tour that if you haven't had the opportunity yet. 24-acre Peach State Trucking Center. It's hard to not notice it right there at exit 26. This commercial dealership there, they have 14 locations in Georgia and Florida. It's the Reynolds family that owns and has operated this business for 51 years. And this is a massive investment in Villa Rica on the Douglas County side. The largest rural lifestyle retailer in the U.S. opened a new location here in Villa Rica with Tractor Supply Company. These projects are great, but they are not to overshadow our locally owned small businesses and the entrepreneurs who started them, many of which are family-owned, what we sometimes call mom and pops. We've seen expansion of local family business-owned Bain Dental, adding a skin spa last spring, expansion of Camp Family Dental, the 20-year anniversary of Caliber One Construction, family-owned West Georgia Cornhole named the Carroll County Chamber Business of the Month. In 2012, it was a garage project. and now has grown into a nationally recognized operation. These are family businesses in our city. Of course, we have others that have been here for a period of years. Private business and developer investment brought Gabe's Downtown back to VR. The former vacant O'Charlie's has, and this is all just in the last 18 months. The former vacant O'Charlie's filled by Latin Fusion Captivating Camino, and Collins Barbecue just celebrated their 1-year anniversary. Cafe Bloom just opened. Robbie's Food Hall is coming online. And several of our pre-existing downtown businesses right down the street here have expanded this year. There are so many more loved local businesses that we've had for many years. It'd be impossible for me to name some of our old favorites that have invested in this city over the years and that the citizens have supported. These are all really good signs for Villa Rica. If we continue to work on making our policies and regulations more business-friendly as staff is working on right now, I believe we will see more of this. The success of our small business requires community and citizen support as well. Sometimes we hear the complaints about, well, we don't have a Longhorn, or we don't have this, but we've had a lot come. And some of those major chains, when we meet the criteria and have enough parking spaces for what they need, we may very well have one of those, but we have much to be grateful for in what we've seen so far. The success of so it does require those citizen support. They will not stay here if we go elsewhere and if we aren't the buyers or the people that have people in our family working at the businesses here. That's how they're going to be sustained, that we support our people here locally. On the government side, the North Bypass is open after decades since it was first envisioned to help get a lot of the semi-traffic out of our historic downtown, to help traffic flow better while also making Main Street right out here no longer a state route. This leads us to the grant we received, which gave us the ability to engineer and recently adopt a downtown design and streetscape plan. All of this that we couldn't have a lot of impact on because that was a state road only yards from us that we had no power over, is now going to be a local street, which will allow us to do things in this area. And if you missed the meeting just now, I believe it's online. Our streetscape is online on our website. Which leads us to the grant we received, which gave us the ability to engineer and then adopt that streetscape plan. We also received a Safe Streets Study grant. We're going to be hearing a little bit more about that. That required citizen input and to develop a citywide action plan to improve vehicle, bicycle, and pedestrian safety. It's our job now, we're going to have to be accountable to actually start putting that plan in effect over time as funding allows. We have the new downtown parking lot right over here where previously sat a junk lot. Along with the newly paved streets. Park and Rec has been in the process of the rebuild of 3 tennis courts and the addition of 6 new pickleball courts. We approved a resolution for an area designated for a veterans memorial and dedicated a new road posthumously, Lewis Harris Drive, in honor of a local hero. And of course, we continue to host a variety of signature events each year that bring thousands of residents and visitors together for our annual festivals and seasonal celebrations, whether it's Gold Rush Festival, the Christmas Parade, and the children are down performing on the stage and the parents are there, those true kind of closer-knit community events. And we have staff that puts in the hard labor and the multiple hours to pull those off. Yes, we still have a number of challenges and things we need to work on and get better at, but we have much to celebrate. And special thanks to our city staff who have been working hard to get us there. Obviously, I've only touched on some of all that continues to go on in Villa Rica. In closing, 2026 is a monumental year in two other ways that we will be celebrating this year. The United States of America's 250th anniversary, which is the oldest government under one Article of Confederation in the history of the world. And then we have the 200th anniversary of Villa Rica. I'm sure we could use some input and community volunteers to help with these ideas to commemorate these historic occasions. And I've already gotten a call from a few people that work with either the Daughter for American Revolution or the Liberty Tree organization about maybe some ideas of special occasions, things we can do to celebrate this. Lastly, as I may say if I was reading to my grandchildren, the end. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to adopt. Oh, you know what? I need to read it. Let me read the items that are on the consent agenda. These are all things we discussed fully during the work session, and because of the nature of them, and we have to be unanimous up here in approving them to be voted on all at once. Number one is the LMIG application, which is regarding grant funding. 2, appointment of the city clerk as municipal election superintendent. 3, approval of the Northwoods Phase 3 final plat. 4, approval of the final plat for Villa Trace Phase 1. 5, authorize award to U.S. Custom Gear. This is for apparel and uniform services. 6, approval of the personnel policy amendments. 7, approval of award to RSC Productions from RFP for the artist and production service contract for our summer concert series and festivals. And item 8, approval of the FY 26 budget amendments 1 through 100. I entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. And would you mind, like when we do that, just go ahead for anybody that's watching online in case they, it was unanimous.
Yes.
All right. H, governing body. Item 1, appointment of the mayor pro tem. Council, you guys get to do this. I know we're all the council, but council members, there we go.
I make a motion to appoint Councilwoman Stephanie Warmarth as mayor pro tem.
Second.
All in favor?
That is unanimous.
I believe you can. Yes, you can. You can. No, you can vote for yourself. You asked for it. No.
That is unanimous.
All right. Item 2, resolution legislative charter change.
Yeah, I'll just announce, since I talked about it at the work session, that you had asked me to take a look at the language of it, and I came up with one potential change, which is not really changing it significantly, but I think it does address the question that you asked, Mayor. And the proposed change was simply to say on the resolution where the old language said that the council may appoint for an indefinite term an officer whose title shall be city manager, and you have that language with you already. I proposed, that we could make a change to simply say the mayor and the council. I think I had expressed it. I think that the mayor is included within the council anyway, but nevertheless, it doesn't hurt to expressly say that the mayor and the council, because the mayor does participate in the selection of the city manager, even under the old procedures. So I throw that out there if you want to consider it. Otherwise, the resolution as drawn is ready. The one thing I think I also said at the work session that I have since learned was inaccurate, and I want to retract what I said, and that was that the mayor you have the power to vote on it, and the mayor has the power to veto on it. That's only true if it's not a unanimous vote. I mean, if the vote is 5-0, then our charter provides that the mayor does not have the power to veto a unanimous vote. So I wanted to correct what I said earlier about that.
So any questions from the attorney before we may move into discussion?
So David, are you saying the new change where the mayor would be in the verbiage?
Yes, I printed out a copy of it. I'll just hand it to you. I don't really think it substantively changes anything because the mayor is a part of the council anyway, but I just added in the word the mayor and council so that there's not any question or doubt by anybody.
So David, all this is to clean up that language that we had already discussed with
Yeah,
needing to include the mayor in
is,
that.
It would be just to make it express in the language of it that, I mean, the mayor has always participated, always.
Right.
And I just, saying that, even though I think that was true to begin with, so that's why I did it.
Is there any provision for if there's an issue with the city manager? Obviously, we've had a few dismissals. One, when I came in, she left on her own. There was another one that together, we handled most of that because it was sensitive personnel.
Right.
We handled a lot of that in executive session with all of us talking to one another and trying to figure out what we were going to do regarding that particular manager's contract. Not the last one. This was previous to that.
And none of that would change. You can still handle appropriate items in executive session if you choose to do so. I guess let me add in one other point that since we met at the work session and I've mentioned this to the mayor, is that the mayor does have the power to make motions. The mayor does not have the right to vote unless there's a tie, but the mayor's position does have the power to advance a motion. So if the mayor chose to appoint John Smith or Jane Smith as the city manager, she's got the ability to do that just like any of you would.
I don't think I've ever seen that used before.
It
Even
has to-
predating me with the other mayors, I don't think I ever saw that in
Just
action.
traditionally, I can't remember the last time a mayor did that either, but it is within the power of the mayorship to make motions, as you just can't vote on it unless it's a tie.
David, does it still require a second?
Yeah, the resolution, I think where you are right now is that you move to adopt the resolution and needs to be seconded and y'all vote on it.
I'm sorry, I
No, I
meant
think
the
Matthew's
provision
talking
of the mayor
The
being able
mayor,
to vote.
yeah, it would still require a second.
Okay, so if she makes a motion and if it's not second, then it's.
It dies.
It does, and it would do that. That would happen for anything.
Anybody.
Ordinance where if somebody makes a motion, council member, any of us were to do it, if there's not a second, it dies right there. I do have some comments of how we got here because, and listen, I know this takes a little time, but I think this is an important matter. If we're going to alter our charter, obviously this involves our state elected officials, our state representatives and senator as well. And so I want to open the floor for discussion. I don't want to, hog the time, but I do have some comments to make about how we ended up in this position. Because I've read and heard from people that are concerned or they don't know the process of why we got here or why the legislators, why did they get involved last year and what, not last year, I'm sorry, really in 2023, 24, kind of bled from one end to the other. So, discussion by council?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I have a question for Attorney Macklin. Attorney Macklin, can you express, I have two resolutions in front of me. Are we working from the resolution as presented, or are you proposing this as a supplement?
Whichever one you choose. I don't take a position as to which one is better. I think they, in my mind, they say the exact same thing, but I did add an additional word into one version of it to attempt to address the mayor's concern that there was any indication that we were trying to exclude the mayor from the process, because that's not the intent, and I don't believe that's what the language is either.
Okay, thank you. And that language that you're speaking of is mayor and council?
Correct.
Is that what you're adding?
Yes.
Okay. And so what does that mean specifically?
That means that the mayor and council would select whoever is going to be a new city manager, or you would decide to terminate a city manager if you choose it. I mean, I'm not sure I understand your question as to what it means, but
Or what does it
traditionally-
authorize, or what is there any power that comes behind that, or what does it do?
It gives this council the power to decide to hire a city manager,
The mayor and the council?
the mayor and council,
Okay,
which is how it's always been.
okay.
Up until the time that it was changed by the legislature in 2024. They changed it to say that the mayor selects the city manager, which excludes the council from participation in that, except that you have the power to refuse to accept the mayor's selection. And if 4 of you vote to do that, then the mayor's selection doesn't get hired. This changes it back to the way that it was before, which is that the entire council is going to vote on selecting a city manager, and really a majority vote is going to carry the day.
Is that, when you say the entire council, is that mayor and council, or just council without mayor?
The mayor can look at the resumes and have some verbal, but the mayor has no vote in
No vote.
deciding
But again,
hiring or dismissal.
I go back to say this,
Attorney Macklin.
Councilman Barr, is that in the charter itself, the very first part of the charter says that the governing authority of the city of Villa Rica is a mayor and 5 council people, so that the mayor is a part of the council to
Okay.
begin with, definitionally.
And I have one last thing to say. So does that contradict, when you look down further, it says the pleasure of the council? Is there any contradiction there?
I don't
Since
think
we're
so.
stating mayor and council up top, and then in the bottom, deep in the language, it says the pleasure of the council. So that city manager will serve at the pleasure of the council, or the mayor and the council?
I think if you choose to, you could add the word mayor in at that point also, I think would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Again, my position is that the mayor is a part of the council, but to try and be explicit about it, I think it'd be a good idea to add in the mayor and council just for clarity's sake.
Okay, I'm confused. I'm sorry, Stephanie, to skip you. When we did the work session, David,
Right.
you stated that during executive session, that the mayor and council could discuss whomever we were willing to hire and fire. However, when we came above and out to the public, that the council, all 5 of us, we were the ones, per the previous charter, before the resolution of the 2024 charter, were the ones responsible voting 5-0 or whatever it was pertaining to council, whether or not that city manager would be hired or fired. Is that changing? I'm confused.
No, ma'am. Under this proposed new language, that would not be changing at all.
Okay.
I mean, the way it exists now, right, this minute.
Right, I got that.
It is changed, but if you adopt this, and if the legislature passes it, with this, which there is no guarantee that they will,
Mhm.
you can pass it 5-0, and they can choose to thumb their nose at you if they choose to. I hope they won't, but they could.
Okay.
But if we go back to this language, then yet, what you said is exactly correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I just have the charter in front of me, so I was just going to read what it says, or how it defines city council. It says, "The legislative authority of the government of the city of Villa Rica, Georgia, except as otherwise specifically provided in this charter, shall be vested in a city council to be composed of a mayor and 5 council members. The mayor and council members shall be elected in the manner provided by Article 5 of this charter." So, now, as a lawyer, the fact that the charter kind of it uses the language city council and then uses the language council in different places, that makes me a little uneasy because if I'm defining a term, I want to use consistent that language throughout the entire document. That is part, in my perspective, of some of the holistic changes that have to be made to the charter on a second, more thorough look. Maybe we do that later this year. So if we add, so to Mr. Mecklen's point though, if we add mayor and council, the implication is that you're just repeating the same thing over again because council includes mayor and then you have mayor. So you have mayor and council. Now, could that also be interpreted as, well, does that imply there's some other implication out of it? Well, because why did the drafter specifically state mayor here but didn't state mayor in other parts of the document? We don't know what somebody can come up with. Some lawyer not in this room could come up with and interpret that. I don't know. But that's, again, why we probably need, I think, a more holistic review and revision to the charter for this and other reasons. But for the purpose of moving forward tonight, I don't have an objection to including mayor and council in the paragraph if that, appeases any concerns. But I'm fine with the resolution that was originally submitted by Mr. Mecklin as well.
Thank you, Matthew.
You're welcome.
Okay, I was trying to see, I wanted to make sure I gave, not that somebody can't come back afterwards, this discussion time can go back and forth. Did you want to say something before I?
No,
Sure. Okay.
I'm waiting to hear exactly how it is that we ended up in this position, so.
Okay.
And then
Well,
there may be some questions
So
there.
the charter as a whole, in the beginning, tends to refer to the council corporately because it's the general powers. Everything from planning and zoning to taxing, everything else, is the general powers because it requires all of us together to do those things. And then it isn't till later that it will break down and go, well, the mayor this is the mayor's position, and the mayor can do this and can't do this or whatever, and here's the council and where the votes come from. I need to share a story with you of how we got here. And between August and September of 2023 is when I resigned my council seat. And it wouldn't have to be me, it could be anybody that did the same thing and ran for mayor. There were 3 other people in that race. After I won the November primary, the city manager at the time warned employees not to get involved properly. So it's against the policy, city employee policy, to get involved with campaigns or to help with a campaign or to use your city resources to hurt or help a person. But he got involved, he chose sides, he had somebody he wanted to win. He got involved and he put out a public statement. This is the city manager at the time. So after he told employees not to be involved, he violated the employee handbook. And then he violated federal law under the Hatch Amendment, because if you handle federal funds, you are subject to the Hatch Amendment, because you are not allowed down to the municipal level to interfere in political campaigns. He used his city resources to do this, also a violation of policy. After the December runoff, which was December 5th of 2023, the city manager and the mayor-elect was already seeking of a way to hire the former mayor onto city staff. I was not even sworn in yet. I was the mayor-elect. The former mayor, he wanted to bring him on staff. I would be sworn in January. I have the email for the evidence. I've had it for a few years. There was a plan for him to try to remove me from office or to totally diminish my ability to get things done as the mayor with charges and an investigation. I had to hire attorneys. Believe me, I've paid a lot more out in money than I will ever make in this job. On January 1st, I was sworn in, but the city manager would not meet with me. In February, with the support of some council members, and despite strong pushback from citizens, the city manager hired the former mayor as the deputy city manager. It was not until it was exposed that numerous hiring policies were violated, and then he didn't even meet the minimum qualifications for the job, that part started to unravel. Council withdrew their consent for the position, thinking that would end it, but it didn't. The city manager then sought to put the former mayor in another job that didn't require the council approval. Another person that didn't require position, that didn't go over well, and eventually was undone. Citizens were openly showed their outrage over months that this went on. In the charter, it says that the mayor is the chief executive official of the city and the chief advocate for policy. But I had a city manager that wouldn't even meet with me initially, and for 6 months would not work with me, the 6 months he had remaining, but we didn't know that at that point. Out of all the elected officials, this is the position, whoever it is, and when I'm long gone, it's someone else, unless the charter is changed, that is the elected official expected to work most closely with the city manager. Yet, there was a city manager that wasn't going to work with the mayor, and the mayor had zero say about it, which is why it went on so long. So those 6 months, the CM would not work with me. The mayor had no vote, no authority. I could complain about it, but I had no say in whether that city manager would stay or not. This exposes a much deeper problem than the language in the charter. A city manager was allowed to continue after committing so many violations. That's a deeper problem than what words we put in the charter. This is only half the story of all that happened. It was quite a soap opera. It was seen and heard by all in the community, and it was front page news. It was a black eye for Villa Rica that we still are struggling to fully recover from. Our state representatives got involved at that point because cities and counties are a creation of the state government, so they have the authority to alter our charter. We can do it, but we have to submit it to them, except under certain parameters. We can make local changes without their approval. Our former city manager, who was finally dismissed in July, I think the council vote was 3-2, July of 24. I was trying to remember exactly what that. And I was able to bring in Jeff Reese as an interim city manager and so forth and so on. Because of the charter change, it's true, I was able to bring in an interim city manager in that case. Most of us on the governing body had really already decided together that when we look for a permanent city manager, we wanted to hire a consultant agency. To be honest, I was on council for 9.5 years. Others have been longer hiring city managers. We don't have a great track record at doing it ourselves. We don't do the deep dives and background checks. We don't have the reach. Our HR doesn't have the reach of some of these consultant organizations that can do the vetting. And so we had pretty much decided that was a real good route to go for the permanent city manager. Now, the charter still, as it's currently written, still allows the mayor to make that decision. When I did that, when I went ahead and took advantage, I guess, of that authority, the process that I used was to put together a panel. I'd be an idiot to think I needed to do that thing all by myself. With my limited expertise, I had already heard really good advice, like if you're going to put together a panel, have a city manager sitting on it. Have some experts, people that have done this, that spend time hiring people for an executive position, and that's what I did. I put together a panel of a few business people here and also a retired city manager that still does consulting with cities. I updated the council weekly. I also used a consultant agency that helped recruit a few of this is just interim. This is not permanent. This is just to get somebody in there to hold the time because it takes 3 to 4 months through a consultant agency to do a permanent hire because of the process they use. Hired those 3 and not hired them. They were volunteers. It was a good amount of time. And I updated the council weekly via email on what was happening with the consultant agencies, who I was trying to use, how I felt about them, the feedback I was getting. We're getting in resumes, and I'd give a synopsis of the resumes in email. I would answer any questions. Do you want one resume? Do you want all the resumes? We did a second the council rejected the choice out of that, so we did a secondary hiring process, still using a consultant as well, and had several council people participate in the panel at that time with the interview, asking the questions and everything else. The candidate in the end of that one, in the end, end up being rejected as well, which also goes to show that even with the current language in the charter, as the legislators changed it last year, allows the council to say no if it's not who they want. And it happened even with the interim. We had all agreed, as we go forward, we've all agreed basically that we want to use a consultant agency. And after the council overrode the second one, it was felt that it was best, the feeling there was that it was best to stick with our CFO, who is in place and has done a really yeoman's job for a lot of months, doing, really in a sense, almost 2 jobs, and our deputy city manager, John. So between Jennifer and John, working as hard as they have to do this while we waited for this election process to go through. We have everyone here now. We have our new elected officials. We're not in the middle of a campaign season, and we can actually start that process of the vetting for a permanent city manager using a consultant agency. And that's why you have that position. In 6 months, you can't really be activated as the mayor in a lot of ways in moving your platform forward that the citizens voted you in, is why it gives me pause to have no say in the dismissal, not even one vote in the dismissal of a city manager. Council, yes, Councilman Wormuth.
Okay. So while the amendment may have addressed immediate concerns that were going on at that time, it has a greater impact moving forward. We have seen that the current charter is not working. And we can agree to disagree on that, but it's not. We have given directive to go ahead and have a consulting firm hired, and that has not happened up until here we are right now, and still do not have a consultant who is contracted. I'm not even going to address some of the other things that the mayor mentioned. But what I will ask is, David, can you explain exactly how we ended up in this position with state legislation?
I can give you my take on it.
Yes, sir.
Which I don't know everything about it, but I think the mayor's right. We were in a period of turmoil there at the end of 23, the beginning of 24. A majority of the council had voted to support the city manager at that time, and had not taken any action to terminate the city manager at that time, even though he was, doing things that there was a great outcry about. There's no doubt that hiring Gil to be the deputy city manager caused a great outcry here in the city, and many people were against that, but a majority of the council stuck with that up to a point in time. And the legislation was passed. The legislation, nobody consulted with the city at the time of the passage of that legislation. I don't know that the council was asked to give an opinion about it at all. It just passed without us being talked to. After it passed, it turned out that legislation didn't really solve the immediate problem that we had, in that the city manager already had a contract with the city, and you can't pass legislation that breaches the terms of existing contracts. But what happened soon after that is that the majority vote on the council changed, as the mayor said. It went from a 3-2 to vote in support of the city manager to a 3-2 vote to terminate the city manager if he didn't take certain steps. And so the majority of the council ended up making the decision to terminate that city manager. So that's my memory of it. It may not be 100% accurate because I only have my personal view of it sitting in this seat, but that's what I remember happening.
So when a change is made to the charter, because you did mention that the city was not notified of that, is that standard protocol to just change the charter without the city and elected officials to be notified of that?
That had not been my prior experience that happened, but I mean, it's within the power of the legislature to do it. They don't have to tell us. They don't have to ask us. They have the power to do what they can, which is change our city charter, and they did. But generally speaking, the legislative members like to know what the city's opinion is, like they want to hear right now what our opinion is.
I find that a bit concerning, though. I mean, so the state can just come on in and change how we govern ourselves without even notifying us.
Well, they're supposed to notify us. They're supposed to at least run a legal notice.
So it is legally required that we at least receive notice.
A legal notice by running a legal notice in the newspaper. If any of you read that every single Thursday to know. But they're supposed to do that. I think we've looked back and we didn't find a copy of that. But nevertheless, it's supposed to have been run. There's an affidavit filed saying that it was run. So we have to accept it at face value that it was run. But we didn't get any, courtesy letter of saying, hey, what do y'all think about this?
But that would not be required.
That's
what
not
would be required would be the newspaper notice. And we have an affidavit saying that that's been done, but we don't know that that was done.
Yeah. That's correct.
Okay.
Well, we were sort of blindsided with it because
Councilman Conte.
we were sort of blindsided with it because they were saying that.
I haven't found anybody who was conferred with.
Right.
So, Councilman Conte is trying to get a turn.
I'm sorry,
word in here.
I'm trying to get
I try to
clear.
recognize y'all so we won't end up talking over one another.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, okay, David, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because I know what the process is now for us to vote on whether or not we want to move back to the 2023 charter or the resolution, and the process and procedure that is required for us to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying that did not happen for the 2024 resolution, and that the former council body, governing body, nobody knew that the 2024 resolution charter was being brought up to the state, to the Dome and the Capitol, and the governing city of Villa Rica had no say about that?
Yes,
How is
ma'am.
that plausible, and who is the state legislator that brought it up to the Dome?
Yes, ma'am. First, to answer your first question, yes, I am saying that is possible, and that's what I'm saying I believe happened. The legislature does not have to come ask the city do you want us to change your charter? They have the power to do it. They can just do it if they see that it's appropriate to do that. That's what happened.
What was the reasoning that they stated that it was appropriate?
Because my belief is, and I don't want to guess anybody's motives or intentions because I don't know. I believe that it was done to try to help solve the mess that the city was in. I think it was done with good intentions, but and it was intended to solve a specific problem. It didn't solve that problem. And yet that's now still our current system. I mean, yeah, it is our system.
Okay, thank you.
Some of you who lived through this disagree with me if you think I've misspoken in any way.
The state has preemptive powers. It's just the way it's designed in government is with the state, the cities and the counties are a creation of the state. Won't get into the details of the Dillon rule and all that. It's some fun reading. But it's the way it's designed. There's a lot of things they can do. Money flows from the state down to us as well, and it has a lot of say because we're a creation of them. Unlike the federal government was a creation of the states. That's where federalism comes in. So it operates opposite in the sense.
Right. So sort of just to summarize, to get y'all moving along, where you are right now is you can, somebody can move to adopt one of these two versions of the resolution, or you can just let it dry. Nobody make a motion and move on to the next topic. I mean, or otherwise somebody make a motion, see if there's a second, see if there's a majority vote on it.
I'm not going to make a motion, but I will just say I oppose the move that looks like it's going back because it allows the same type of thing where the mayor, whoever that is down the road, could be in the position of having a city manager and they have nothing to work with, not even a single vote.
So changing to add mayor and council, would that be sufficient to address your concerns?
Like David is saying, it cleans up the language. I don't know, Matt, I think you said something about this too. It's kind of saying the same thing, but it's still, when it comes right down to it, the way it operated, it didn't matter. But going back, it doesn't matter for the mayor's position because there's no teeth in it. You can say, well, you can verbally say this city manager isn't working with the chief executive officer that got elected by the people citywide and doesn't care about whatever, that person is supposed to function to carry through the platform and be the chief advocate for policy, you might as well forget it. There's no teeth in it, so.
So that's a no?
Yeah, that's my problem. Listen, my mom always knew it's never going to be a quick answer.
Well, I'm because by making this amendment now, it's not rejecting the fact that we are all acknowledging that some changes within the charter need to happen. But again, as it sits right now, the current charter, the way it is not working. So to return it back to how it was previously is what is needed immediately. Because again, I think that there was not a lot of consideration of cause and effect with this, and that's just my opinion. There was not a lot of consideration with cause and effect. It resolved it was meant to resolve the current issue that we had at that time, but it ultimately did not, and now we're in a place where the council is relying solely on the mayor to make a decision on even something like a consulting agent or a consultant, I'm sorry. So I would make the motion to return, and there's not a actual motion in here, I don't see.
It's a resolution number.
It's a
It's a resolution
a
number.
motion to adopt the resolution.
But which one?
Yeah, that's up to you to decide whether or not it's the one with, I'm going to call the one that I gave to you tonight, Amendment 1. So you can either adopt Amendment 1 or the original resolution.
Okay, I make a motion to adopt the original amendment.
Second.
Original resolution.
Sorry, to adopt the original resolution.
Again, second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
Let me raise one other issue, because I'm trying to think through this on the fly here. This resolution is prepared for the mayor to sign, and based on what I'm hearing, she may not be comfortable in signing off on a resolution that she doesn't approve of. So just as a housekeeping measure, I'm going to ask that you authorize the mayor pro tem to sign the resolution if the mayor chooses not to. Because it's a little bit of an awkward situation to ask you to sign something that you don't really agree to. You don't have the power to veto it because it's a 5-0 vote, but it's not fair to make you sign something that you disagree with. And I'll make this point to the council also. Although you're sending in a unanimous resolution to the legislative delegation, that doesn't deprive the mayor of her right to speak up and tell them that she doesn't agree with it. And they may choose to follow what she says as opposed to the unanimous resolution of the council. We just don't know.
But can I just go on record and say that not just this current council was unanimous in this decision, but the previous council for 2025 was also unanimous in this amendment. So I just want to go on record with that. And the mayor was in agreement with all of this when we met a few months ago. So last Tuesday was the first that at least I had heard that she had different concerns. And again, I'm not invalidating those concerns. I believe that there's language, because as Matthew had pointed out, if we what my concern would be to change mayor and council in one line and not in the rest of it. That would be where, because I don't want to see us back ourselves in a corner either. So, but yes, I just wanted to go on record saying that.
I'll make the motion to authorize the mayor pro tem to sign the resolution that we just approved in lieu of the mayor if the mayor so decides not to sign it.
Second.
All in favor?
That is unanimous.
All right, we'll move on to H3, approval of the minutes from the December 2, 2025 work session. If you've looked over those, hopefully ahead of time, and submitted any changes to the clerk. Some of y'all kind of have to abstain. I know. I remember being in that position where you're not at the meeting, so you can't attest to exactly what happened. So some of y'all weren't here yet, installed yet.
I make a
If we
motion.
watched it, was that okay?
That's an attorney question. I'm not touching
It's
that.
up to you with whatever
were
you're
here.
comfortable with.
Okay.
You don't have to vote because hopefully it'll still pass by a majority vote if you don't feel comfortable about voting on something you weren't at. But it's also okay to do that if you choose to.
Okay, thank you.
Not
Did you
saying that
make a
y'all
motion?
weren't, not saying that y'all weren't here, but you weren't officially here. I make a motion to approve the minutes for December 2nd, 2025 work session and the December 9th, 2025 city council meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Motion passes 3, abstaining 2.
Item 4, 2026 city council meeting calendar. This is as to how our meetings are going to be scheduled.
Turn this thing on again.
I would make the motion to approve option 1 is what we currently have. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
I second that.
I would make a motion to approve the option 1 as the 2026 meeting calendar as presented.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
All right, item 5, appointment of Planning and Zoning Commissioner.
That would be me. So I just want to start by saying that I appreciate anyone who is willing to step up and volunteer to help our city in any way possible. With that said, my appointment for Ward 3 for planning and zoning, I would like to bring forth Anna McCoy.
Do we have any applications for any of the people that wanted to do this? Usually we get applications.
I've submitted every application as they have been received. On P&Z historically, the name has been recommended by
Yeah,
the
it comes
council
by,
seat.
yeah, the council seat will recommend, and then it requires a vote. So council could say no, but most of the time we defer to
So-
the council. Because I used to be on council, I'm sorry. Most of the time the council members will defer.
So I have
to the-
distributed as I have received.
Do we have one?
Do we have what?
The application. You know, so everybody can read like who it is and why they want to serve and, you know, what they, you know.
Whether she turned in her application or not, I'm not entirely sure about that. I think that everyone knows who Anna McCoy is, and I just.
Okay.
I mean, I made the motion.
It's
Is that
just the
something
normal
that can be
process. You can
seconded?
make the motion. It's not illegal. It's just the normal is, and we see who, because, and not in this case, but there might be a case where council doesn't accept it, but you want them to at least know. But anyway,
Well,
no, she's not a stranger.
Yeah, and I've spoken with council, so
Okay.
they knew that this was coming.
Okay, and she's willing to serve.
She is willing to serve.
All righty, Council Member Warmoth has put forth her recommendation. I'll entertain a motion.
I made the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank
Motion
you.
passes 4-1.
All right, we removed the appeal for the utility capacity under I for building development. So, and that's the only thing for building development. So we'll move right down to city manager report. Ms. Hallman.
All right. Good evening. This is the city manager report, project updates for January. You can just drive it. That's okay. You don't mind. The first one is the stormwater utility study. This is the month that we're going to begin the creation of the advisory committee to assist both mayor and council and staff with the evaluation of the city's stormwater management program. And this also includes the public relations and education task. We had a transportation committee meeting this afternoon, and I advised or asked those committee members if they have anybody that they would like to recommend to be on this committee, or if they would like to be on the committee themselves. And I also say the same to Ms. Marchman, the mayor, and Dominique as well. So that is what's going to be going on. It's going to be about 4 meetings, I believe, one each month. It will be public relations and education of the public. And so we will be advertising that, putting it on website, Facebook, letting everybody know when those committee meetings are. The sanitation in-house versus contracted services. We do have finance staff and myself, we're looking at the financial component of this study. Then we will be getting together back with the larger group that we've created to go over the results. And then we plan on being ready to discuss the results and the various options with y'all at the scheduled March 5th workshop. There's really no update right now on the north side downtown streetscape. I just like to keep it on here just to let y'all know that even though there's nothing new to report per se, that it's still on our radar, and there's still preliminary design and some utility engineering and also working with the railroad for that coordination. The Safe Streets for All, again, as the mayor mentioned in her update, this was a grant funded consulting firm that was chosen. It was a $400,000 grant with a $100,000 match. We've had 2 public meetings that engaged the public into looking at all the information that we have, all the safety issues and concerns within the city. Back in December, Keckenwood, the consultant, presented the update, and then y'all were able to adopt a resolution to adopt goals to work towards 0 traffic-related deaths by 2035 and 0 serious injuries by 2050. Tonight, y'all just received a hard copy of the safety action plan. It's a smaller version of the actual plan. I think the link that you will see when you open your email, all the different plans and the appendices total about 400 pages. So the hard copy you have is actually the final plan itself plus the safety memo. So at this time, if you would, over the next month, if you will review that safety action plan, because in February at the work session, Keckenwood will give a high-level presentation about the plan, and then at the actual council meeting, we would be asking you to adopt that plan. As I stated in the email, but I'll make it public here as well, good news for Carroll County. Commissioner Clint Chance called me to let me know that Carroll County was about 6 months ahead of us on their safety action plan, and they actually were just awarded $18 million grant that goes toward their safety plan projects. So we hope to be just as successful as they are. So that is the update on the Safe Streets for All. The Villa Rica Parkway, as you know, the construction plans are complete. We're still in negotiations for right-of-way and temporary easements. The 2 updates is the request for proposals, the RFP. The bids are actually on the street right now. They are due back on February the 9th. And once we get that back and our consultants and our engineer look at all of the RFPs that are submitted, we will be asking for a special called meeting to award the contract in mid to late February. Fortune Parkway, there's no update right now regarding that. The North Bypass, as everybody knows, opened on January the 5th. And per GDOT and Senator Bearden, I'm in contact with them, and he will let me know about the ceremonial ribbon cutting. It looks like it's going to be scheduled around sometime in February.
Oh, so it's going to be a little while.
Yeah. The West Industrial Court culvert replacement. We're still waiting on Atlanta Gas Light to relocate their gas main. That conflicts with this project. So as soon as they relocate that, their gas main, then the Blount Construction can now, they already have the notice to proceed from the city, and then they can begin this project. The Mirror Lake Boulevard left turn, Summit Construction has cleared, partially graded with enough buffer left for the subdivision, and installed the required wall. Greystone will relocate existing streetlights, which we're assuming is going to take them 2 or 3 weeks to do that, and then Summit Construction can resume this left turn. The estimated project completion is the end of March, and of course that's always weather permitting when you're dealing with road work. Punkintown Road Phase 1, excuse me. It is $7.42 million plus easement and right-of-way. As we have previously discussed, Falcon Design is about 90% complete with the construction plans, and they're also working on the exhibits for the easements and right-of-way. The acquisition will mostly consist of easements and temporary construction easements for driveways. Once we get the plans from Falcon, we will begin our public engagement. We will have some public meetings so that everybody can understand what this improvement would consist of, how long it would take, and all of that. We have, at the last workshop, secured the funding of where we're going to use, what money we're going to use in order to complete this project. So more to come with that as we get a little bit closer and have more complete plans, and we'll start public engagement.
Real quick, just people take note, the Punkintown Road, the 7.42 million, that's talking about phase one.
Correct.
And so when people go, Punkintown, it's a nightmare. It's hard to drive on. The people through Paulding are all going to and from work there. The bypass is an option now. They can jump on the bypass and come right through here and go up by Racetrack and get on 20 if they prefer. So it's going to be a little while before some of that gets done, and that's phase one. It's a very expensive project. That's the only reason we've let that road stay there that
It's
long.
very expensive, and just the easement and right-of-way is going to take 18 to 24 months.
Yeah.
So, but we'll do everything that we can to try to, make the process maybe a little quicker, but it's just the process. I hate to give that answer, but with road work, that is just the way the process works. South Carroll Tolbert / Reed Road, we did get the 1.4 million cost estimate from Falcon. We are just probably going to be discussing that with y'all as well at the workshop, reviewing the priority list for road projects and securing our funding sources. Connors Road Park, there's no update. We're going to be reviewing in-house options just due to the $2.4 million phase one estimate that we got that included the driveway, the parking lot, the detention pond, and stormwater pipe. Fortune Park or Cleghorn, again, the grading is complete, and we will begin discussions on park option and securing funding with that as well. Gold Dust Pickleball Courts, you can see the picture on the left is before it was painted. The picture on the right, the larger picture, is now they've painted the courts, signature courts have, and they are installing the light poles. The wet weather has kind of stalled out where you see all the dirt there. There's a process that Dukes has taught me a lot about having to wait and make sure that is the grading and the sod is laid at a particular time so it does not mess up the courts. So again, this project is moving along, but due to the weather, it has been stalled out a little bit. There's a great picture of the bathrooms near the pickleball courts that our building maintenance team did all of the construction on. The exterior painting is complete, and we're looking at approximately 2 weeks until this project is full completion. Again, the reconstruction or the sub-base for the tennis courts due to the rain, that has delayed this project. And as soon as we get some dry weather and the water that you can see on that picture, when it dries up, then we'll be able to proceed with wrapping that up as well. Okay, a little bit of news that we heard. It's not necessarily bad news. I think there's a good side to this. We got I guess you would call it a cease and desist, or the term ghost train was trademarked. And so
I thought it was going to be something bad.
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know what happened.
We're known for the ghost train and and everything, so it's kind of hard to let the old go. But we had to notify the company that gave us the cease and desist that we would no longer use ghost train, quote unquote ghost train, as our Halloween train. So the staff at Pine Mountain Gold Museum, who are very creative, worked really hard on getting ideas and they came up with a new logo called the Nightmare Express. The logistics and the physical operations of the event will not change. There'll still be the train ride, the bonfire, the merch tent, the photo ops. All of that will remain. But this still keeps the heritage of the event while eliminating elements that kind of muddied the previous designs. In looking at this, it is more simplified colors, and the design make production of merchandise cheaper and marketing across platforms easier. And the trademark office search suggests that the name should be free and clear of trademark and copyright entanglements. And we will work with legal to ensure we hopefully can protect this Nightmare Express new name. And the reason I say it sounds, we hate to lose the Ghost Train name, but the good thing is that our advertising is working. Our tourism manager, Colleen Cash, she works with Pine Mountain, and they really start advertising early, and they hit a lot of the markets, and it caught the eye of a company that already uses Ghost Train. So at least the good side is we know our advertising is working. Now we just got to change the name and still do good advertising.
Jennifer, real quick.
Councilman Conte.
Sorry. Is it possible for us to keep the color, the Villa Rica color, or it has to be all red?
It's always a possibility. I mean, that's totally up to y'all. We did meet with, with Pine Mountain Gold Museum and the tourism, and John and myself, and, went over it. But, that is something that, they can explore, and we can present something for y'all to look at if y'all want to explore that.
I like our colors, so yeah, okay.
Villa Rica Public Library, the library does a lot of community events, and Rachel Lynn at our librarian is amazing at what she does, and her staff always work really hard. And they posted this on Facebook, and I thought it was just great to share about the all of the visitors they had. They had over 18,000 visitors just in the summer, 12,000 attendees at events, and 10,000, a little over 10,000 visitors in June, which is the highest on record. For the Youth Choice Awards, they had from 0 to 5 little listeners, they had a little over 1,500, and 6 to 11, they had about 2,200. And these programs had the highest attendance. The teens mini figure painting was the fan favorite. We had 5,600 teens attend these programs. And then the adult program, the yoga, had 812 attendees. The family program for the Summer of Reading kickoff, 600 attendees, and the chess club, 422 attendees. And of course, we like to thank our sponsors that help make this a success, and that's the list of our sponsors and businesses who support the City of Villa Rica and the library. The Senior Center events, they always post their calendar on our website, so this is just a snapshot of the events for the month of January. Parks and Recreation is always gearing up for spring sport registration is January 2nd through February the 1st. And then they've also posted a list of events from January through July. So again, go on the website, check them out, and also do the QR code. The QR code will take you to where you can register for these events that are listed. And that is it.
Whoops, excuse me. Turn my mic back on. Thank you, Ms. Hallman. Good report. Gives us an update on all those things going on. And I'm really glad we didn't get sued. We got a cease and desist. And yeah, y'all took care of that. All right, we are going to transfer here out of the regular meeting into executive session. Mr. Mecklin, would you read the terms and reason why we're headed into executive session?
Yes, Mayor and Council, the motion is to go into executive session for the purposes of meeting to discuss or vote to enter into a contract to purchase, dispose of, lease property subject to approval in a subsequent public vote as provided in OCGA section 50-14-3 B1D, and to go into executive session to discuss or deliberate upon the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action, or dismissal, or periodic evaluation or rating of a public officer or employee as provided in OCGA Section 50-14-3B2. That would be the motion.
Right. We have a motion to go into, we need a motion
So moved?
and a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? All righty. We need to return to executive session. I'll take a motion.
I make
I'll
a
make-
motion.
Oh, sorry.
I'll make a motion to return from executive session.
I'll second.
All in favor? Thank you. Attorney Mecklin,
I'm deferring here.
Attorney Smith.
Excuse me. We had an executive session to discuss or vote to enter into a contract to purchase, dispose of, or lease property subject to approval in a subsequent public vote. And I believe we're going to have a motion on that, and then a meeting to discuss or deliberate upon the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action, or dismissal, or periodic evaluation or rating of a public officer. And there was no action taken under that item.
All right, so the motions, it's a two-part. Make a motion to approve the purchase of right-of-way and easements across parcel number V 05016-00005. Motion two is motion to approve the purchase of parcel number V 050150050.
Second.
All in favor?
That is unanimous.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.